Good, slightly just afternoon, everybody. And hope everyone's having a wonderful Wednesday. It's important to remember what day it is. It gets harder and harder. So today, we are going to hopefully finish the Vengeance project, the Vengeance Frigate project. The main ship core is like 95% done. There's a few little things to tweak here and there. And last night I spent the night UV mapping the kinetic weapons pod and the missile pod and the dual turbo lasers. Actually, it's a lie. I need to UV map the dual turbo lasers now. But we're pretty close to being done. Let's see if we can get away with a Let's see what we can do as far as the size of the texture map for the turret. We can probably get away with a 128, but we'll see. Weird. Oh, I know what it did. Okay. Alright, so if we attach... And everything broke again, because 3DS is useless, as usual. So let's look at our UV map here, real quick. Or we'll just make one real quick, just to see our texel density. At a 1K map, it's very high. Let's go 128, 81. Let's go 256. We'll put it on a 256. Which is fine to do. Great, wonderful. Yes, let's start the day with problems. Like 3DS being completely shit at everything. Always. Alright. Just... new session here, real quick. And we'll stop our intro music. Nope, not this one. This one. No, not that one. This one. Don't autoplay shit. I hate you. I hate you so much. Let's start the day off with some Outcast. What is wrong with this dumb shit? Okay. Where's our grid? It's over here. Oh, I know what the problem is. I'm just stupid. That's what the problem is. Problem solved. Shit. Oh, no, we're good. Okay. That's inconvenient. Easy enough to fix, but... Sure, it's just... shit move around randomly. Remember that I need to make this piece here separate. Okay, I think we're good. Nope, not quite. That should be good. No, thank you. What happened to my file? Not this one. On early today, a little bit, maybe an hour. It's the plan. I'm trying to wake up a little earlier and get started a little earlier, so I have more time because I have a pretty hard time limit. When the girlfriend gets home from work, she wants dinner. And then, you know, since I'm in the bedroom doing this, she wants to, like, take a shower and do all that kind of stuff, which is a little awkward if I'm streaming, so the earlier I can get started, the longer I can stream, basically. So we're trying, but it's hard because my sleeping disorder makes it getting up early a real pain in the ass. Then we'll go into here, open our UV, and shit, our barrels are on here too. Hold on. I need to figure out where I do and do not have space. Let me look here. I need this to be separate. We're gonna put it here, which means we're gonna take this, which is that. Which can just go here, I think. There's stuff that comes down here. Okay, I can put it over here. I'm looking at invisible things. And then this, which is that. Actually share a space with this. How do I do this one? How do I do this? Flip horizontal. Easy as that. And it'll just go in just like that. Easy peasy. It's fine if the interior's done. Put that there. Nice. Close that. Then we take everything and we go convert to editable patch, then back to a poly, then reset the X form, then we'll go here, reset back to a poly, we'll go here and we'll just grab everything and we'll throw on a smoothing group. It's kind of awkward. Let's just do it manually. Clear, give me smoothing group 1, U, clear 1, clear 1, clear 1. That's better, although you should not have a smoothing group. Okay. I'm going to put one here, but not on here, and then one down here. So we'll go back to this object, over here, you. Fine with one as well. First, could be, well, with Discord down, my normal Discord crew has no idea. I mean, I guess they'll get the follow things, right? But that's a very inconsistent crapshoot. Whether the follower notifications are going to work at all. Let's see, U, effects, center to object. Alright, so then we're going to attach, I think. Do we attach? Or do we not care? No, I don't think we care. No, we do. We do. Attach to U. This is fine. Attach U. It's all one thing now. Okay. Then we'll reset the pivot. Then we'll take this and we'll say align here. Or we'll say align like that. Say align like that. We'll say align like that. There we go. Now, of course, these guns can be scaled up and down as needed. But just right now, they may be slightly too big. The turret rings are also separate elements. They aren't built into the hull. They don't share geometry, so they can also be scaled up and down as needed. But anyway, so we'll take this and go like that. Nice. Okay, so then that's everything UV'd and ready to go. So as I said, we got the core hull pretty much done. There's a couple of things I want to do on it first before I start texturing the weapons, which we'll do separately, and then we'll merge them all into one model, I think. I think. We'll do some experimentation. Because I'm not sure how, if and how the process works where you have a substance painter file, a work in progress, and you add things, more objects to the scene. I don't know what it does to the substance painter file, if anything. Might be fine, might not be. We'll find out. We'll learn together. Or I'll bash my head against the programs for an hour, and we'll learn nothing. We'll be Thomas Edison and learn many ways and how not to do a thing. It's the usual case anyway. Okay, so the first thing I wanted to do is add in little trenches for the window lights. Helps make them feel more in place. Granted, our little window lights here are just like little placeholders, and they will be replaced. I also need to figure out what's going on here. They will be replaced with actual better like windows done in Photoshop, but for now, this is what we got. There is something I want to do though. I want to see if I can increase the contrast on this texture. It's the Technogreebles. Okay. Roughness metallic. Height. But contrast. Can I add a filter? Oh, maybe a levels? I don't know. What kind of filters do I have? I literally have a contrast luminosity filter. What's this do? It just makes things dark. What if I increase that, but also luminosity? No. We can also get a good view here. Yeah, it's just like making things dark in general. It's a pretty high contrast texture as it is. It just feels flat in here. Now granted it doesn't have like a bump map or anything, but that's not the problem. The crispness of the light to dark is the problem. Because if we have a look at it here, I don't know, it's pretty crisp here. Yeah, like the contrast is much higher. Substance painter. HSL filter? What is an HSL filter? I don't know. We could just add in a levels, and then in theory that should allow us to what is an HSL? Everyone abbreviates this thing. We'll just experiment around. Let's find the levels. Oh, this is an HSL right here. HSL perceptive. Okay, I guess we'll have that. Let's see what happens. There's a saturation, hue, and lightness. Doesn't really help us out. It's kind of interesting. Hue, of course, does hue things. And then there's lightness, which is not contrast. Okay, that doesn't help us in any way. We don't want an HSL thing. Perceptive. Let's look at... No. Sharpen's kind of nice. That actually does. Exactly what we want it to do. Actually, this solves a problem. Well, solves an issue that we have with our textures being blurry. I need to fix this too. What's that? Because our textures are blurry, right? And I don't know why they're blurry, why Substance does that, but they are. There we go, we fixed it, kind of. Okay. Next, I need to, while I'm down here, I need to figure out why this is a thing. And if it's just an issue with there being like a thin, I think there's just a thin, yes. Oop. Easy fix, okay. It's one of the reasons why you want to avoid little thin, narrow things. But okay. Then, while I'm down here, nope. We'll go to core. We'll go to wings and pipes, which is what I need to do next anyway. We're going to put the same. We're going to put the same thing onto here. We're going to add a filter. And it'll be a sharpen filter. Because this needs help. Yeah, much better, much better. Okay. Then back down to here. We're going to go to here, and we're going to say you, and I'm going to say you, and I'm going to say I don't want any of this over here. Hello, SpaceMaid24. Greetings. Welcome. Are you having a lovely afternoon? Wednesday afternoon, I hope. Okay, then we're going to go into our edgeware, and we're going to reduce some of our edgeware on some of our parts here, namely the pipes a bit. I'm going to go down to like flow 10. It's more of those lines. I don't know why I'm permeated with those. Edge to wear. Okay, then we'll go back to here, and we're going to say get rid of that. Reason why you're not working? Is there a different issue? No? Oh, because my flow's still down to 10%. Left. Just an idiot. It's interesting. Okay, we can go into here. We're going to do some edgeware play as well. Add ourselves a white mask. Wonderful day. Very good. Besides the fact your BFF decided to call you a bitch. Yeah. Sorry, I got a life. Yeah, of course. I'm doing very well. I'm doing very well, thank you. We're all set up to make some good progress today. Get some good stuff done. Oops, 20 is what I wanted. Still have to fix that in Photoshop or whatever, but it's kind of interesting. Okay. Alright, now we're save. Again, make a quick save. Almost broke her glasses today. Uh-oh. How dare she run away from you because you're angry. You get her. You run her right down. See if Discord is working. While I wait. Oh hey, it's back. It's alive. Nice. Hello. Welcome. Greetings. Okay. What was I gonna do next? Oh yes. Go into here. We have garage. Let's go basic hard. This is fine. And I'm gonna go into here, like size 1 maybe. That'll work. As it loads. What software is this? It is Substance Painter. an older standalone version that used to be on sale on Steam and is no longer. But yeah, it's Substance Painter. Very good program. But best used, like always, in combination with other things like Photoshop. I have a hexagon here somewhere, I think. I have this hexagon. Doesn't really have to be anything in particular. Let's rotate it by 20 degrees. Is that right? No? 30? Yeah. And we'll go up to 1.5. Well, we make a lot of spaceships here. That's mostly what we do. In fact, almost every weekday we design and model, and sometimes we texture as well. So you're always welcome to join us. I'm not going to do a hexagon. We don't have enough texture resolution here to make it look good. And we do the whole process from the idea. We do all the 3D modeling. Then we do the optimization and the UV mapping. And then the texturing. Once we get there. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, you found the right place. And we're very interested in the artistry, the craft, and making our stuff look oh so good. But we also design everything and model everything with the intent for it to be used in game engines, notably old game engines, as opposed to making models just for renders. And so we spend a lot of time optimizing our polygon count. We have to keep in check. We can't just pile details on forever, which would be really nice to do, like, say, what Fractal Sponge does with his Star Destroyers, in case you know of him, where you have just these huge models with incredible level of detail, but those take months to make and will never work in a game engine ever. They're basically only for rendering purposes, and so we want all of our ships and models to be functional and useful in a game engine environment. So our polygons and our texture size is limited, so we do the best we can with it. You're designing a website? Pretty interesting. Are you taking website design classes? Or are you just doing this for fun? Your own website. Well, website design's cool, and it's a useful skill. You never know when you might need one. I think we're going to go here, and we are going to add in some greebles here. But I need to find where you are. Looking for a small gray square amongst many small gray squares. It's here somewhere. It's here somewhere. And there's two more just like it. Now there is an easy way to find it. Easy. So we'll just go over here and we'll be like, you and you and you. And then we'll go, oh yeah, of course they were all right there and right there. Of course that's where they are. Let's go to size 1.5. Yes, that should be fine. And then let's give us some spacing. It's too much spacing. Less spacing. Too little spacing. Too much spacing still. That's about right. So what we're gonna do? I wish I had a way to stretch the brush, but I don't. It's okay. So we're going to do something like this. Okay. And we'll do about the same here. Too high this time. Still too high. Sometimes this is a bit of guesswork to get stuff just right. That's okay, we got time in the day. Then we'll just go back up here and get rid of that. And get rid of that. And get rid of that. There we go. Alright. Good enough for what we want for now. And I think we'll go in and we'll add a darker texture in there. I don't need it, it's already got enough shadow. Do I have any process videos to see all the stuff you mentioned? Yes. Yes, so this is my YouTube where I upload VODs. But I mostly, at the moment, the ones that are on there are start to finish models. Let's see. I would recommend the Droid Frigate series. It's 3 parts, and it's probably the shortest and quickest start to finish model from from conception to modeling to UV mapping to texturing and all that. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to add in little recesses for all of our lights to be in, so they look a little more part of the ship. Again, these lights are going to get replaced with stuff in Photoshop later. These are just placeholders for the sake of helping with placement. Words are hard sometimes. Do forgive. You don't have to. Alright, what we're going to do is we're going to go spacing and we're going to say, is this good enough? No, not quite. We'll go to 1.2. Turn down our spacing just a bit. Okay, it's about perfect. Need to bother with the spacing at all, really. Just gonna do this, and we're gonna go boop like that, and then we're gonna go here, and we're just gonna go like that. And then we're gonna do a similar thing on you. We're gonna go here. Farther down, like you, not like that. Then I'll probably need to get rid of some edge wear and tighten things up a bit. Unless I do like one. That doesn't look so good. That one looks a little better for whatever reason. I might just have to get rid of some of the edge wear. Let me go in here, take this down to like 0.2. It's a bombastic soundtrack. Cinematic. This is the Outcast soundtrack. It's a very strange action RPG from '99, I think. Back when they made really weird games. But I don't know. I prefer them that way. I think. We lack creativity these days. All the corporations are too scared to make something that isn't mainstream. And thus we always get the same boring bullshit over and over again. With no creativity. But back in '99 you got really weird shit. It was great. This is a little better. Still might need to adjust some of our edge wear, but I think we're doing all right. And again, these are just placeholder lights, replacement of stuff later. We don't really have a lot of pixels to work with, but we'll see what we can do. But I do think we need to get rid of some of the edge wear, and that'll help. What did I make these? 1.2. Yeah, a lot of the weird old games had pretty neat music as well. It's another thing too, is I think older games had more interesting music. For the most part. And again, it was because they were willing to do strange and wild and out there kind of things. Whereas today's gaming corporations just aren't as interested in interesting things. Something kind of like that, and we'll go in and remove our edge wear as well. This is all reversible if we want, if we decide we do not like what we see or what we've created. At some point as well, so I mostly do ships, right? That's sort of my thing. But at some point in the near future, whenever that might be, because I got a couple of projects. After this, I have another project I need to do, and then after that, I have a sort of project I need to do. And then I'm kind of open and free to do anything. Time consuming, and so I'm considering taking a break from doing ships for a while and instead modeling some ground props that can be both used as mapping assets for games and also 3D printed as terrain for war games. So we'll see if people find that interesting or not. Thank you for the lurk, Space Maid. We'll see you in the future. You like the bubbly protrusions on the front of the ship? Breaks up the symmetry? Yes. Yeah. So this is... Let me save it real quick. This is a ship that already exists. It's from a game called Star Wars Empire at War. And specifically its expansion pack, Forces of Corruption, which added in the underworld as a faction. It's called the Vengeance Frigate. And the original, this game is like from 2002 or so, and the original Vengeance Frigate from the game looks like this. A very 2000s, early 2000s, low poly, low texture resolution model. And that's fine. It did what it needed to do, but it's a great design. But for our purposes, we wanted to rebuild it and bring it up to the modern age with modern detailing and higher resolution textures. And so that's what we're doing with this project. So I wanted to stay relatively true to the original design and look of the ship, while inserting our own personal flair and our own design language into it. So it's mostly a symmetrical ship, but it does have a couple of those asymmetrical elements, which, yeah, do definitely add to it, because a little bit of asymmetry is always nice. It helps break up the profile, gives your eyes something to look at. But yeah, we're getting there. We're actually almost done. We've been working on this all week, all last week as well. We're on stream part 6, which should be the last stream, in theory, for this ship. We'll see. We've got the core hull pretty much all done, which is what you see here. And then on the sides of the ship, we've got separate weapon modules that can be attached, and then some turrets. And we're also going to texture those today. I've got them all UV mapped and ready to go. So the whole ship it'll have dual turbo laser turrets on those, not casemates, barbettes, and it'll also have weapon pods on it. It won't have one of each. There will be 2 versions of the ship, one with 2 missile pods and one with 2 kinetic weapon pods. But yeah, so that's what we're doing. Although I'm a big fan of asymmetrical ships in general. Alright, let's go back into our edgeware here. And let's break up a bit of this edgeware and see where we get. Okay, that's a bit better, I think. Also, what we need to do, go back down in here, go back to our alphas, reset me, of course. Go here, 1.2, gotta remember all our settings. Where is it? This? Yes, it's these. Go to 90 degrees, and do I want to have it go all the way, or do I want it to stop? That is a question. It's also oddly much less dark, probably because the light is hitting it direct on here. Yeah, I think we'll go, or we'll stop here in terms of these, trenches. This one will That's why. Okay. Made it dumb. Oops. Pressing buttons in the right order is hard. Don't recommend. Go back in and play with our edgeware a bit. Just reduce it ever so slightly. You lost many years to play in a space MMO called Eve. I once played Eve a long time ago. I was a graceful and majestic Minmatar player. Okay, yeah, I think that really does help a lot. And then this, and then there's some windows in the back, and yeah, then we're looking good. We keep finding little things to improve, but that's good. Although we don't want to spend forever because we are on a time limit. Because the Vengeance here, as well as the next ship I'm going to do, are both needed for the 4.0 release of the Remake mod for Empire at War. And so that's got like 2 or 3 weeks until it's released. Give or take. I mean, it's still sort of tentative. There's some things that might pop up, but that's the working date at the moment, or time. Where'd my sounds go? Oh, it's over. Next, I have the EVE Online soundtrack in here somewhere. We can listen to that. It's quite nice. You are... Six. With those super high resolution textures, everything has to look nice. Especially because the ships are very low geometry, so you're dealing with a bunch of flat surfaces, and you can't hide crimes under like shadows and recesses and things. But yeah, it's definitely a challenge in the sense of like the artistic vision, because you might have an idea for really neat greeble or something, but it might just be too many polygons to be worthwhile. That, and also it's a matter of essentially the more detail you add, the more work you have to do. Like these little things here with the red dots, I didn't have to add them, but I did. So as a result, I had to spend time texturing them and doing things with them. Although it's just a small thing, and it didn't take a lot to put a little red dot on them and put a little like recess. But that's still an extra little thing on top of all the other details. Whereas if I kept it even less detailed, I wouldn't have to worry about that. But it is about striking that balance between finding an appropriate amount of detail for your project and the artistic vision. But so I was raised as a traditional artist, like paint on canvas, kind of traditional. My parents were both artists. One was an acrylic painter and one is an oil painter. I guess they both still are. So I picked up a lot of traditional art practices from them, which greatly helps a lot. And we talk about it a lot on the stream, or at least I rant about it a lot on the stream. But stuff like imbalancing your details out, so you don't want a ship that has a equal level of detail across the entire thing. You want clusters of detail and clusters of less detailed space, so that your eyes are drawn to the detailed areas, and then they can move across the less detailed areas and rest until they get to the next detail areas. So it's like the shape of the ship and the flow of where you look as you're looking at it. Contrasting colors, all the traditional art kind of stuff seeps into what we do, because we are doing art, even if it is also for game design purposes. It is an art practice. I think one of the projects that we're going to do soon-ish, soon as in after we're done with the Vengeance Frigate here and the Hut ship, which is next, the Hut capital, is we're going to make a Greeble package. Because I have a lot of Greebles that I've built over the years for the ships, but I just tend to make the Greebles as I go. But I tend to use a lot of the same shapes over and over again, and that's part of the design language, so all the ships fit together and feel like they're part of the same universe, built by the same shipyards and designed by the same people, etc., etc. But I don't have them in like a universal file, so I think I'm gonna do that at some point here in the next couple of weeks. And so that'll be fun, because we'll just be making lots of small, interesting shapes, and then optimizing them for usage in low poly modeling. The Abyssals changed the game completely. Yeah, they added a lot of fun things you could do. They were very profitable for a while, because EVE Online's all about that profit, all about making those credits, making that ISK. It's too bad I don't earn interest on my ISK. If only. It started as a passion project. So I've been 3D modeling on and off as a hobby for maybe 12 years. And it started off initially for modding, again, Empire at War, the game that started it all, for me personally at least. And so I was making ships for that as a hobby, and then I kind of got out of the modding scene, but I kept modeling ships. And so it started as a hobby, and it's primarily a hobby, although I do work as an indie game developer on and off. Also as a hobby, but professionally in that it is intended to make money at some point in the future when the projects are complete. What is this piece? Oh, this one. I guess we'll do it on this side. But I don't work at like one of the AAA studios or anything like that. Although, I am going to create a Patreon one of these days, or rather finish creating the one that I started one of these days pretty soon, in the next couple of weeks. And I'm going to start making terrain or 3D models that can be printed out as terrain for tabletop war games, as well as be used as mapping props in like RTS games and things. And so those will be on the Patreon, and or maybe somewhere else, I'm not sure. Yeah, exactly, the 3D printing. You can do some really cool stuff these days. One moment. I've returned. I needed a piece of pumpkin bread. I went to go check and see who was downstairs, and I got pumpkin bread while I'm there. You want to see what a garbage truck arm I modeled in car? Oh yes. Garbage truck arm. The garbage trucks here have arms. And they're very loud. Very. Okay. Then we have a couple of windows to do, or window trenches to do on the other texture, the wings. And then we can move on to doing our weapon pods. Now I'm going to try and experiment with attaching them to this model and bringing them in first and see where we go from there. Mostly as an experiment. But that gives our lights a little something extra. Yeah. And then I just need, like, these, which will be on here. Okay, and I think that's the only 2 lights in here. So, looking good. Your digital art files are now organized. Very good. How could you do that? I don't know. Sell it to them. Say, if you want them, pay for shipping and give me $10 and I'll send them to you. And then they will have to freak out no more. Okay, so we're good. We're done here on this for now. As I said, we don't want to spend too much time. There's always more we can do, but we want to move on with things, move on with our life here. So, we're going to compile this into a smart... Can I undo whatever I just did? Yes. We're gonna rename this. To Vengeance Frigate, and we're going to compile that into a smart material, and then we'll clean it up later. It's cold, my fingers are cold. Then we're just going to slap this same material on our turbo laser. So we're going to create new, open up a file, dual turbo UV. Actually, no. Cancel that. We're going to export it first. Kind of important. Where the... Oh. Big derp. this will be a 256 texture. Okay, what we're gonna do, we're gonna make a quick change. We're gonna go in here and we're gonna say you're all gonna be material ID 1, and you are gonna be material ID 1. Yes. So that's 1 and then that. Okay. I thought that was supposed to be attached. They're supposed to be attached. Interesting. You. Material ID 1 as well. Now we'll export. Why is this still separate? Doesn't really matter. It's all on the same UV map anyway. But why is it separate? Is it because it's a separate object? Maybe. Doesn't really matter. It's fine. Just annoying. Oops. That's okay. We'll bake the textures in a second. Doesn't that look nice? Okay, go here, bake our mesh maps. Output size 256, anti-aliasing 4, get rid of that, ambient occlusion, secondary is up, thickness is up, bake. Nice. Okay, Then we're going to turn off that, turn off that. Edge where we're gonna. Now we just have to clean everything up. Do that. Dirt. Do that. Turn off that. Engines. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Techno Greevils. Get rid of you. Hall Tech Color. Get rid of you. Hall Color Lighter. Get rid of you. Hall Color Purple. Get rid of you. Hall Color Dark. Get rid of you. Hall Color Different Dark. Get rid of you. Details and lines. And get rid of you. So in theory, we should have our base texture here. Might need some modifications, but that should be it. Then what we can do is call this Vengeance Frigate base. And then create a server to out of that. It'll take a second. Looks like it's super blurry, but really it's viewed from like here. Although it is kind of blurry, so I don't know, maybe not that bad. It's fine. Alright, so the first thing we want to do is go in here, I think. And play with the scale of our texture. So that it's something like that-ish. Then we'll start coloring in some spots, some areas. Like this. Okay. And maybe this thing. And maybe the antennas. And maybe these things. Is Blender something you could start with to learn modeling? Absolutely. Blender is excellent. So I use 3ds Max because it's what I started with. And I've used it for 10 years plus, so I know my way around mostly. And I'm just used to it. Blender is just as capable these days. Blender had a bad reputation a decade ago as being an inferior product compared to things like 3ds Max and Maya and whatnot. But these days, in the modern age of today, Blender is just as good for hobby modeling as 3ds is or any of the other programs. One of the really good things with Blender is it's very easy to find high quality tutorials, and it's easy to find answers to your questions. Something like 3ds Max is a bit more difficult in that regards. 3ds Max has a bit of a reputation with it being very difficult to find quality tutorials. The meme is that when you look for a tutorial on 3ds, the only result you're going to get is a tutorial in 160p resolution that's so blurry you can't see anything, and it's going to be in Russian. That's the 3ds Max learning experience. Of course, that's an exaggeration, but there's some truth to it. Whereas Blender, you look for a tutorial and you're bombarded with lots of high quality, high production value instructional videos and whatnot. So it's usually pretty easy to get your questions, etc., answered. So yeah, Blender's great to start working with for sure. There's nothing wrong with it. It's a great program, and if you know your way around Blender, you can do anything in Blender that you could do in 3ds, more or less. Of course, 3ds, it's a big, powerful program, and it's got a lot of tools, and can do some things very well. It's going to be better at some stuff than Blender is, and Blender's going to be better at some other things than 3ds is. But yeah, it's a good it's a good program to learn in. Plus, it's free. 3ds is not. 3ds is terribly expensive. It used to be a standalone. Why is this not working? It used to be a standalone program that you paid a very high amount of money for, but you had it. Whereas now, I think it's a subscription-based service. Why is this not working? Does it need to be inverted? Is that what's going on? Very strange. Plus, there's more people in the community that use Blender than there are that use 3ds Max. So it's a lot easier to find help as well from folks. Yeah, what the fuck is wrong with my thing? It's the edgeware, maybe? The edgeware is... weird. Yeah, it's the edgeware. It's inverted, but it's also not applying there now. Technical issues. Yeah, like why isn't it applying here now? Unless it is, and it's just hard to see at such a low resolution. Low resolution. Doesn't matter too much though. Again, it's going to be seen from like out here. But still, kind of irritating. Don't have any fun alphas to put in there. Something like this, maybe? But not and then the dirt. Does the dirt need to be inverted now? No. It's fine. Strange. Okay, let's do some like panel lines and stuff. Let's see what we can do. Ooh, I need orthographic, please. Thank you. It doesn't mirror it, of course, because should have left that as a connection. It's fine. Do I even like this look? I don't know. We'll find out. Maybe we'll just go here. Instead. Shit. then we'll go in and I think we'll put some of this paint color in there. Okay. Then that, and then we'll go to our tech color. Paint that in. We'll actually don't have to go too crazy on it. It's a tiny thing from far away. But a little bit of visual interest helps if you're looking at it up close. But, you know, nothing too spectacular. Okay, then our turret ring here. What we're going to do is find us an alpha. Actually, we're going to use our favorite alpha here. This is our turret ring, yes? No. This is our turret ring, yes. That doesn't do anything, because we just don't have the texture resolution. So what we're going to do is we're going to go and reduce our size here to like 8. Yeah, and then we're going to go and increase our spacing. And then we're going to do something like that. And then go to our tech color. Then we'll do the guns after we save this, because we haven't saved it. Okay. Save as dual turbo. What is an alpha? It is a either black but usually white, usually a white shape that you then use as a mask on a paint layer, and it'll like paint that shape. It's a little more complex than that. It uses like the alpha channels and all that, but it's basically a blank shape, colorless shape that you can then use as a brush to like stamp things with. That's a really like basic plebeian explanation. It's much more complex and technical, and I forget off the very top of my head a good way to explain it. But basically, think of them as like stamps for shapes, or different kind of brushes you can paint with. Smart materials are taking a while to load. Substance Painter is a very intensive program. It takes a lot of memory and CPU and graphics processing power, and my poor computer's pretty old at this point, so it chugs along. It takes a while for things to load sometimes. Okay, where did I put... What did I call it? I called it Vengeance Frigate Base. It's taking its sweet time loading. Alright, here we go. Vengeance Frigate Base. things we don't need on it. Get rid of that, and get rid of that, and get rid of that. We do need dirt, we do need edge wear. Although this edge wear is pretty cancer, so we're going to adjust it a bit. Go into our mask. And then turn down our stroke opacity. Like so. Just get rid of a bunch of it. We don't need. Any edge wear on this one. So we just get rid of it entirely. Better. So now, what we're going to do, I think, is we'll start by making everything the tech color. I think. And see how we like it and go from there. Okay, that's fine. We do, in this case, though, I think, want to increase our or decrease our roughness a bit so that we get a little shine on our barrels. Nice. Perfect. Okay, then we're going to go in and we're just going to add in some lines and possibly call it good. We'll see how it looks. Basic hard brush. Go down into here. And yeah, it's very broken. It does this sometimes. Okay, so what I need to do, I think if I remember right, loaded dirt. Did it need to be inverted? Yes. And then the edge wear also needed to be inverted, I believe. No? Maybe stroke opacity is the problem. An issue. No? Strange things sometimes with this program. Could just be the really low resolution throwing me off. Things look off. I think it really should be much darker in there. I'm not sure why it isn't. It's alright though. might be because we changed our roughness to make things shinier. It's okay. Again, it's not going to get seen, but from very far away. Although it is getting there, so I wonder if... Well, I don't know. It could just be from the lighting. So if we went in and changed our tech color here, no? I don't know then. What is causing that? I don't know, maybe I need to go in to something like engines and paint it. Yeah, weird. Okay. Just do it manually. Shit, why not? There's always weird random things to figure out with these programs. I've used Substance Painter and Photoshop. They share a lot of similar terminology and tools and whatnot. I've used this dumb program for like 500 hours. Lurk, thank you for the lurk. Hopefully we get good progress done today. So far we're doing alright, but there's always room for problems to come up. Cross your fingers. See, like that one doesn't even want to do anything. It's fine, it's okay. It's kind of hard when you can't see what you're doing. This is why I don't texture things at 256. But that's fine. Okay, I think we're pretty close to being done here. Oh, I can't. I guess anyway. With the turret, at least. And then we're gonna welcome back. Then let's do the missile pod next. Sure. Excuse me. Yeah. I need to tell you, you're so silly. Don't murder your friends. You did more website designing. Very cool. mad at her. For running away because you wanted to strangle her. What's the world coming to? Do I want to add any lights? That is the question. It is a question. And if I did, what would I do? Let's add the emissive first. Bump up our emissive intensity. Yeah. And then what would I do? Would I do a light in here? Is that distracting? Does it allow you to see the turret better? What if I had a light in here too? Is 3 too much? Do they need a recess to be in? Do we just want boxy alpha? Sure, good enough. Why not? Why not have some lights on the back? You're a very violent and aggressive person. No. This one. Speaking of which, do I want purple stripes? Do I want purple stripes? On my turrets. That is the question. What even would purple stripes look like? They would look precisely like that. I do not want purple stripes on my turret. It's not the worst thing in the world. It's not what I want, though. It's unneeded, for sure. Okay. Turret done. Now we can move on to the ordinance pod, which will be all kinds of fun. So, let's just export the textures for this while I'm here, so I don't have to reopen it. Output directory, Vengeance Frigate, weapons, new, we'll call this dual turbo. Turret. And we'll use our custom Empire War output, and we will extract. Boop. All right. Okay. Now now we'll pick our fine ordnance pod and excuse me, Ollie, and take you here. Yes. Okay. Then we will export you, and we're going to call you ordpod 3 _ ready for texture. Then we will go file new. And this is getting a 1K map, I believe. Okay. Very nice. It still gave it 2 materials, one with the antenna and like a random thing. Oh, it's a thing with antenna. It's annoying, but it's fine. Can I merge these? Can I merge them? Substance painter merge texture sets. How to combine texture sets. Let's see what this video says. Texture set combiner. I don't want dumb shit other programs. Oh. First I need to check something though. You son of a bitch. Okay, shit. It's not a big deal, but we're gonna fix it on this one. So for whatever reason, it's demanding that these are separate texture sets. I don't want them to be. I want you all to be textured or set ID 1. What do you set ID 1? Set ID 1. Set ID 1. Export selected. Okay. I did that on the turret. Why didn't it... Whatever. Whatever. Add an emissive. Bacon maps. Excuse me. Okay, we'll just have to fix our turret in Photoshop. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. Just an extra step. Alrighty, check, make sure everything's looking solid. Yep, we're all looking good. I don't see any issues. Actually, probably any issues we'd have would show up there. Looks fine. Looks perfect. Vengeance base. Loading the preview makes the program fall apart. I need 32 gigs of RAM on my new computer. That's what I need. Maybe even 64, we'll see. I'll have to read some documentation and see if Substance can take advantage of it, which I'm sure it can. I'm sure it can. Okay, looking good. We need to adjust our scale of our base hull texture here. Why are you not doing anything? Oh, maybe it's this. Scale 1 less. Something like this is about right. Fuck me. Maybe a little less. Like that. Okay. And I'll be back in a minute. I've returned. And it's still cold. I turned the heater up 1 degree. It's below freezing in the mornings and evenings these days. Brr. Okay, so we might need to make an adjustment on our texture here, but we'll see how that goes in terms of its scale. But I think we'll be good to go. Okay. So on this, we don't really have a whole lot we want to do. This is actually pretty nice, but we're gonna go in, and I think we're gonna go into engines, paint, and we're going to paint this. Yeah. And then we're going to go into something like Hall Dark. Paint all those. And then we're going to go into Hall Lighter. And I think we're going to paint that. Not necessarily. It's fine. Okay. Then we're going to go into tech color. And we're going to paint that. And we're also going to paint that. Go back up to engines, and not engines. There's a engine stains. This is what I want. We're gonna clear this out. And we're gonna come in with a nice brush here. This is a good brush. And stroke opacity. Basically stain all this stuff because it's gonna get stained from the rocket launching. It does. Increase this. Now, realistically, this whole interior section would probably be super scorched, but we'll leave it a little more localized just so you can see in. Otherwise, it'll just be like a dark recess, and all of our nice little missile tubes will be hidden in obscurity. And this way, at least, you can also see nice little stains around them, and it just helps build out that lived-in, realistic world that Star Wars is realistic. The lived-in world Star Wars is so well known for. Nice. This is fine. We'll do a similar thing around here. These are the torpedo launchers. Let's also paint this a different color. So we can. Then I'm undecided whether we want to paint this a different color from the rest of the launcher as well. But we are going to go and paint this a different color. And this is where the exhaust gas comes out of for the missiles / torpedoes. So also going to make it dirty here. And we're going to dirty up the side just. That's interesting. Okay. Curious. My dark, dirty stains are making this turn different colors. Strange. It's like it needs to be. Any case, we want some panel lines on here. We get too crazy with stuff. Ah. I do think we want a little color on here. So what we're going to do, let's go into here and make ourselves some livery. Of some vague order. The rest of the Vengeance has some similar stripes. So this will help tie in the ordnance pod a bit. Okay, and then we're going to go in with this and like this. Okay. Then we're going to go into here, I think, and we're going to paint this to be a slightly different color from the rest of the hall. Okay. Then we'll put on our panel lines. We'll put some back in here. Back in here being this. Back in here being this. Nothing too fancy. We're just trying to break things up a little bit. Interesting. A little mistake in the modeling, not a big deal, just a tiny little. This edge isn't parallel. It's literally something no one ever will notice. Except for me, because I modeled it. I know it's there. I see it and I go, "Ah, done fucked it up." I know it's there. Unforgivable sin of non-parallel geometries. I bet you if I gave this model to 100 people and I said, find the thing that's wrong with it, not a single one will say anything about that. It'll all just seem normal to them. Which there's no real reason why it's bad. It's just I like things to be perfect. I am like OCD, kind of. I have a little bit of an OCD streak, like a 10% OCD. Now you know a fun fact. That you can share with your friends and family. We don't want to go too crazy on our panel lines. The main ship doesn't really have a whole bunch. And as a result, our pod here should not have too terribly many. But it's nice to kind of separate things into component pieces as well. I mean, we could go back on the ship and start, like, giving it more, but I don't think it needs more. Plus, we don't really want to spend more time on the damn thing. We've already worked on it for, like, a week and a half already. Ridiculous. Absolutely crazy. Okay, good enough. We don't want to distract from the rest of the ship. Actually, it's not good enough. We want to put a light or two on here because why not? Did we give ourselves any missive? I don't think so. We did. We did. We did. Where do we want some nice little red lights at? Some quaint little red lights. Maybe on the back. Maybe on the back. No, but I think I'm going to put there instead. On the top. Let's crank our emissive intensity up. Won't make much of a difference in this viewport, but if we went to rendering. Maybe. How about here? Yeah, this isn't too bad. We could even put like another one here. Maybe the rule of 3 will be just right. Either 1 or 3. Three's okay. 3's fine. But, and I don't think I'm going to put them anywhere else. Just there is fine. We don't want distracting stuff all over the place. But what we are going to put back here, go down to size 2. Give it some spacing. We'll put them in here. Something like that. Nice. Okay. And then maybe here? No. Size 2.5. Doesn't matter if it was 0.4, but again, OCD. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I like that better. Okay. Ordnance pod is done. Now we'll do the gun pod. And then we'll throw it all together, see how it looks, and then it might be done. And it might actually be done. And it'll be the coolest shit. But before... No, we're good. Let's export. Perfect. Beautiful. Okay. Back to this. I want to make sure all of you is one material ID. You are in fact one material ID. That's good. That's exactly good. and I need to export you. And we're going to export you into a folder called GunPod. And we're going to call you GunPod 03 ready for texture. Nice. And we're going to save this material because I changed the frigate pod. Okay, quick smart material. Boop. Because I changed the scale of the base texture there, and yeah, so I don't have to do the guesswork again for another one. And as soon as that's done creating, then boop, boop, boop. Still thinking about it. Alrighty. And so we'll go new, and we will select our gun pod, ready for texture. 1024 is fine, and off we go. It's a beautiful thing. Let's get rid of that. Let's add an emissive channel. Let's bake some mesh maps. Anti-aliasing. Secondary rays. Let's go. And then we'll inspect it and make sure there aren't any problems. And yeah. Yeah. Looking good. Yep. I like what I see. I see perfection. Just stopping in for a sec. How goes the Vengeance? The Vengeance goes excellent today. We're making very good progress. The ship itself is finished. The dual turbo laser turret we just finished a few minutes ago. And just now we finished the ordinance pod, and now we're doing the gun pod, and then we're going to be done. All the textures will be done. All 5 textures. 2 for the ship, 1 for each gun pod, and then 1 for the dual turbo laser turrets. And then it'll be ready to ship to drone for rigging, etc. I mean, we're going to throw everything together and make sure it all works first, but yeah, we're the finish line is in sight. Everything's running smooth today. Let's see. I have it up here. Yes, actually, this ship took a while. It took a lot longer than normal. So we started it on the 18th. Let's see, minus an hour for breaks and starting and ending and rating and all that. So about 4 maybe 10, 14, 15, 16, I don't know, maybe about 20 hours total, give or take a lot, because actually minus the entirety of Part 5, Number 1, because that was negative progress. That was troubleshooting stuff the whole day. Although I have worked on it quite a bit off stream. I did all the UV mapping off stream because we were having problems that I couldn't figure out, and I spent the rest of the entire day working around that to UV map it. So that's really like another 4 hours instead. And then I spent all yesterday, last night, UV mapping the turrets and the weapon pods and doing all the smoothing groups. So yeah, I don't know, maybe 25 hours so far. Plus today. Yeah, I guess, yeah, about 30 hours. It's a good guess. In and around there. Give or take like 5 or 6 hours for, you know, walking away, starting streams, ending streams, that kind of thing. But it has taken me longer than it usually does. I don't know why it's taken so long. It just has been a really long one. Like the previous ship, like if we look at the stream VODs from other, like this ship here, granted it's a much smaller, less complex ship, but it only took roughly 10 hours. More like 8, because stream and walking away and stuff. And this one only took about 8 hours as well, maybe 9. And these are both ground up ships modeled, although they're both a little less detailed. Although the cruiser is technically a larger ship, it does have less details. I don't know. But yeah, we're almost done. So, and then we'll do the big giant hut capital ship. But I'm gonna modify the model a bit first. A good workflow. Yes and no. My workflow is half of my workflow is banging my head against the wall trying to get shit to work. The other half is trying to remember how things work, how to actually do art, how to run these programs, because my memory is done shot. But yeah, now that we have things established, like it took a long time to build up the smart material to get where I wanted it to, but part of the power of Substance Painter, with all this great modern technology, is once you do that groundwork of getting your smart materials all set up the way you like them and where they work, then they quickly become a plug and play. Granted, you still have to do a lot of work on top of them, but they save you a shit ton of time over traditional methods. Are you saving or something? What's the deal here? There's an issue here. What is this? that's everything. Reset to default. It's our basic whole texture there. So, you know, it's like still, it's some work, but like this is all just the smart material now. I mean, granted, I spent a lot of time ahead of time setting up the smart material over the course of many models and refining it and whatnot. But, you know, you slap the smart material on there, make a couple little quick adjustments, and you got a pretty damn fine looking thing out of the box, so to speak. And then the rest of the texturing that you do is just like the cherry on top. The finishing touches is really what you're doing, and the customization of the texture for each piece. You like the texture style I have going on? Oh, thank you. When I initially started texturing many years ago, the idea was I liked like realistic looking stuff, so I wanted to make super realistic textures, crisp, clean, realistic look to them, so on and so forth. And I was never really happy with the results. However, a few years back, maybe 4 or 5, when I kind of got back into the hobby, I changed to a little bit more of an artistic style. Still weighted on the realism side, but with a little bit of artsy flair to the way the textures are painted and like the edge wear and shadows and all that kind of stuff. And I think it works a lot better, because with the realism look, it greatly depends on like the environment, what you're modeling, what kind of texture resolution you have. Like realistic textures don't really look that good unless you have high resolution textures, or else they just kind of look blurrier than they should for being a realistic approach to things. So going a little more artsy with stuff and having some artsy filters on things goes a long way towards selling it as a cohesive piece of art, rather than something that's trying to be a representation of a real thing. If those random words make any sense. All right, we're gonna do something. We're gonna do something fancy here. And I'm going to create a new layer, a new folder. We're going to put this copper in here. Well, right, yeah. So, and also, you know, it's like when I initially started modeling and texturing way back, like 10 years ago, I didn't really know all that really what I was doing. I was more like 15 at this point, but I didn't really know what I was doing. So the idea was, oh yeah, I'd see these really fancy 3D models on the internet and stuff and go, I gotta like go for that. But that's a completely like separate realm. Models for rendering, like what Fractal Sponge does and many of the other artists, E.C. Henry, etc., and his crew, the models made for rendering it's a whole other world. They're not compatible with gaming, and gaming models aren't really compatible with what they're doing. They're using entirely different workflows than we are for a lot of stuff. And I realized that a couple years in, and I realized, yeah, you can't have Of course, there's like polygon limitations, but there's a reason why the renderers, the people who make these big fancy ships for rendering, can get away with so much detail in their textures and so much detail in their polygons, because they're using a whole different process. So a smart material, it's a collection of layers and algorithms and settings that it remembers and then can apply to other things. So let's say, for example, I guess this is pretty basic shape. So part of this smart material that I've built is that there is a component of the layer, the material, that governs the edge wear. So I've got the parameters all set up on my edge wear generator. So it's going to go in there and it's going to see the model. It's going to say, all right, well, how big is the model? What's the scale of it at? And I'm going to create a layer of wear along the edges of the model based on the curvature map, which you bake earlier, which is just the program going in and finding all the edges. And so my edge wear generator references that, goes in, references the colors that I have set up and all the settings I have for how much edge wear I want, what angle qualifies as applying edge wear to it, and then it'll put that on my model. So that's what this is the edge wear generator, calculating all my settings and applying it based on the curvature map rendered from the model. And the same thing applies with the ambient occlusion dirt. So I have another generator set up that looks at the ambient occlusion map, which we baked earlier, and it says, all right, well, all these areas that are in shadow and with ambient occlusion, I'm going to add dirt down in these recesses automatically based on the settings that I've set up, my parameters, where I say, all right, only make dirt in so many areas, only make dirt at certain angles. When you do make dirt, only have it come out so far from the recess, so on. And so what the smart material is it's a combination of all these generators and parameters that I've set up previously, all combined into one like stack, and you can then apply that stack to any model, and then it'll uniformly apply, for the most part, all your settings. So if I had another model like the missile pod I was just doing a few minutes ago, I put my smart material on there and it's going to create this edge wear automatically for me, just like it has done on this one, and they're going to look uniform. They're going to look the same on each one because it's remembering the parameters that I've set up. So basically, a smart material, it's just a whole collection of parameters and settings and tools that you've collected into one, that you can then apply to multiple models for a consistent result. It also contains like all my layers of texturing, or textures rather. So for instance, the hull panel here, the kind of tan hull panels, that's part of the smart material too. So when I throw that on, it'll automatically put it on. All that kind of stuff is held within. Now you have to go back in and make adjustments for every single model. Otherwise, you don't get the best results, and that's part of the artistry. The program can't do everything for you. It does. We're at a point where the programs can do a lot for you. Back in the day, before Substance Painter, this was all hand done in Photoshop by hand on every single model uniquely. And now with a smart material in Substance Painter, you can do it automatically. So it does save you time but you still have to, it won't do the art for you. It just does some of the busy work for you, which is really nice. And so, yeah, that's what a smart material. So the smart materials themselves are kind of like, every artist is going to have their own unique smart materials that they've created for themselves. So this smart material that I've built is my own unique collection of parameters and settings that I can then go in and adjust as I want. Someone else, even if they are aiming for the same thing, their own smart material, if they make them, they don't have to. It's just it's an easy way to like collect and save all your stuff, but you can do it manually by hand over and over again if you want. But yeah, kind of a rambling rant, but that's the gist. But it's not quite so easy as just plug and play. So for instance, this smart material is a modification of the smart material I made for the frigate. And I made some modifications for the missile pod where I changed the scaling of some things, got rid of some layers I didn't need, and then made a new smart material because the gun pod is about the same shape and size as the missile pod. So the same smart material should work on it. Whereas if I used the one from the frigate as a whole, I would need to make further adjustments. So they aren't like universal. You still need to go in there and tweak things. But like for instance, one of the really great things about the smart material is in saving you time. So for instance, I spent a lot of time creating the engine, the generator in the smart material that allows me to create these panel lines where it's like a recessed line and there's dirt and shadow along the inside, and then there's like depth to it, and it's got edge wear along the outside, and it just happens automatically as I draw. And so that's a collection of parameters that I set up within the smart material as well, based on the edge wear generator that I have and the dirt generator I have, plus some special settings for the brush for this particular layer. Just another thing that it does for you. So instead of having to reset all that stuff every time, it's always there for me. Is Substance less of a pain than 3DS? Yes. Now don't get me wrong, it can still be a pain, but Substance, at least the version I'm using, which is a little bit older version, a few years old, maybe 2 or 3, it generally gives you the results you expect. So if a tool says that it does a thing, it usually does that thing. Most of my problems in Substance Painter are my own doing, because there's a lot of stuff you kind of have to remember with all your stacks of layers, because a lot of them are really dependent on each other, and sometimes you can forget that you have a mask on one layer 20 layers down that's affecting your current one, but that's a user problem. It's just like using Photoshop and you have a big complex painting. But yeah, most of the time Substance works and does what it's supposed to do, and that's the biggest thing is a tool does what it says it does consistently. Whereas 3ds Max, the big issue I have with it, one of the big issues I have with it, is that oftentimes a tool will say it does a thing and then it doesn't do the thing when you go to use it. Yeah. Now, I'm using an older version of 3DS. And by older, I mean I'm using 2021 and not 2022. Which I need to get around to installing. I was going to do it the other day and I forgot. But to some degree, that's the price we pay for having so much complexity in tools. Like 3DS, incredibly powerful program. It has so many tools and so many features. You can do so much with it. But the problem is that with that complexity, when something goes wrong, there's so many little areas that it could be. So many different things because there's so much going on in the program. So when a tool doesn't do what it says it does, is the tool broken? Is the computer having an issue? Is the model not set up? Does the X-form need to be reset? Are there vertices stacked on top of each other somewhere? That's bad modeling, but are there vertices that didn't weld correctly? Is there a normal that's flipped for whatever reason? Because sometimes 3DS just flips normals randomly. So on and so on and so on. It just goes on for like hundreds of items of things that could potentially be the cause of your problem because there's so much going on. Right back. Wash my fingers. Now, I don't know if other Autodesk programs have the same kind of issues that 3DS has. Another problem with 3DS is that the support for it isn't all that great. Now, 3DS is the industry standard, and the idea is that, like, as a game studio, you pay for a big package from Autodesk. And part of that package is support. Good support in that they'll send a rep out to your game development studio to sort out whatever problems you have or to get your project pipeline all set up, so on and so forth. But for the hobbyist user, the support isn't so great. The Autodesk Discord, like most company-run Discords, support Discords, you post your problem and no one really has an answer or cares to help. And you're overrun by people who have their own problems and want them solved, and yours is in the way, so... Oh, this might be my drawer. I need to go to here. And also, as I was mentioning earlier, 3DS has again a reputation of bad tutorial videos, and not a lot of them. So you go onto YouTube or Google and you're looking for a fix to your problem, and what are you going to find? You're going to find a blurry 120p video in Russian from 2008 that may or may not have the answer to what you're looking for, but you can't understand what they're saying, and you can't see because it's so blurry, like you can't read the text in the program, etc. And so 3DS has had issues with that. There aren't a lot of high-quality tutorial makers out there, or tutorial makers making high-quality videos, where you look at something like Blender, and YouTube is just filled to the brim with people making high production value tutorial videos and answering questions and things. Now granted, you get a lot of overlap because everyone's got to have their own. I guess just like in modding, like everyone's got to make their own Star Destroyer, even though we have 50 different Star Destroyer models to choose one. Each mod's got to make their own. It's like on YouTube, even though there's already 300 people who have the basics of Blender getting started videos, some Nubian pleb wants to go on there and make his own getting started with Blender tutorial series, which is kind of a pain because you have to sift through all that shit. Because people can't be, they have a hard time coming up with unique content, I guess. Part of that is because Blender is free and 3DS is expensive as balls. And part of that is because there's already a community making high quality tutorial videos. It's much easier to get into. Like 3DS it's much harder to learn unless you have someone there to like show you how to do things. Whereas Blender, really easy to jump into, or easier to jump into, and thus as a result easier to get your skill level up and know how to use it. Yeah, Blender's free. Blender's free, and that's one of its big draws for people is the free aspect, because it's hard to beat free, because 3DS Max is not free. It is very not free. It is very expensive. Although I haven't looked at the pricing model recently. Let's have a gander. Let's have a gander real quick. Get prices and buy the official one. So they changed a few years back from a buy it standalone model to a very expensive model of lots of money per month / per year. Now, of course, there's different versions. There's like student version and then professional version. I think, or maybe they just all compiled it into one. I forget. But yeah, it's save a whole 3% by paying a 3-year overpaying annually. Jesus Christ. The idea here is that you'll pay a subscription, and then as they create new versions, 2022, 2023, whatever, and all the updates, you get to pick those up for free. Because of your subscription, you don't have to buy a new one every time they come out with a new version. But the problem is you now have to pay or lose your service. Whereas it used to be you pay one big lump sum and you had whatever version it was forever. Yeah, sure, you couldn't upgrade for free, but you also didn't lose your program access after a year or whatever. Yeah, it's madness. It's madness. And while they do improve the program, it's not like it's making leaps and bounds to justify that price. You know, that program's paid itself back in dividends. As I said, it's the industry standard. Lots and lots of companies and individuals pay that. They made their money back years ago on that program. And yeah, you're paying for continued development of the program, sure. But so anyway, which is why 3ds Max is one of the most pirated pieces of software. Because no one wants to pay nearly $2,000 a year for a program that they don't own. They just have the privilege of using for a while. It's pretty dumb shit. Which is why Blender's so popular. And actually 3DS, I think, is under severe threat. Because Blender used to have a reputation of not being very good because it was an old program. Because it was free, it didn't have a company behind it developing it. It was reliant on individual contributions, and they had like a council or something that would manage the development of it, but it had a reputation of not being all that great. But in the last few years, Blender has become just as good as 3ds Max and these other programs in the industry. And so what does 3ds offer that Blender doesn't have? Well, it's got the support, and that's kind of it. I only use 3ds Max because I started using it years and years and years ago, back in the buy it once and get it forever model. And I just know my way around it, so I use it. But if I was to start modeling now, I would use Blender. And at this point, it'd just be too much trouble for me to learn Blender. I have a hard time learning things, so it'd just take too damn long to learn a new program. Like maybe eventually, but Why that is. Show me the UV. Interesting. That's why. Oh well. Nice. Tweak that later. Pull it out in 3DS and just move over here. I suppose we should save our progress before we continue. So you got the linseed oil for painting. Apparently it irritates the skin. Perhaps. I have not painted with the linseed oil. I use the turpentine. Made that. Take a look in a second. Art of the Nin player. It's like an abstract flower scene or something. It's got nice colors, nice rich, warm tones. You got that built-up texture paint, or built-up texture with your paint. Very neat. You didn't paint along or paint across the edge. You intend to put a frame around it. And speaking of which, for those that are hanging around, do check out Nin Player's channel. They are a traditional artist and sometimes digital as well. Very talented. Do give them a follow. Us artists can certainly need it, use it. He's a pretty cool guy. Lots of talk about science and philosophy and religion and that kind of stuff. If you're interested in those kind of topics. This. Anything fun? Yes, we can. We can do fun things. We don't want to go too crazy. again. It's just a small piece of a bigger whole, so we want to keep things pretty in check. So if we go too crazy here, we have to counterbalance, and we don't want to do that. It's a railgun, but you know what? We're gonna give it muzzle stains anyway, because it looks nice. Sue me. Please don't. I'm poor. Do we want any fancy lights? That's also another question. Do we want any fancy lights? We put lights on the missile pod. A couple of little lights. Do we want fancy lights on our thing here? And what do fancy lights look like if we have them? So we had them in a kind of a similar place on the missile pod. We had 3 of them in a row, or 6 in a cluster, versus having a light in the back. We want to use our emissives sparingly. Sometimes less is more. Philosophy in the emissives. I think we'll keep the ones on the top for consistency's sake. Not sure about the ones in the back, though. But on the top we will mirror it and have them on the bottom as well. And then we need a little dealio dongle for them to sit in. Technical term, by the way. Maybe slightly larger, like a 1.8. And do I want in the back? Perfect, but whatever. No one will notice because this shit's all going to be tiny anyway. That's the question. Do I want them in the back? Do like 0.8. The ones on the top are going to be smaller as well. I could put the Warzone soundtrack in there. That'd be nice. I might even have it in there already. Warzone 2100, not like Call of Duty Warzone. We could leave them on the back, that's fine. Okay, what else do we want to do? We want to turn that off. Let's add a few more little stains and things here and there and around. Not like that, though. Just dirty up the sides a little bit. Yeah. Dirty up the edge of this stuff. And did we want any other? Yeah, I think what we want to do is we want to go and down to here, and we want to color in this just to be a little bit different, just to break up the whole coloring a bit, just to break things up just a little bit. Nice. I think we're good here. I think we're good. Again, we don't want to go too overboard because it's part of a big complex thing. So, yeah. Your therapist called you a very nice child, a very nice kid. Words. Well, that's very good. It's good if your therapist approves of your kidness. All right, I think we're pretty close to being golden here. Let's export the textures. I think this is good for now for this. Weapons, gun pod, and we use our more thing. Boop boop boop. I think I just exported all that twice, maybe. And I need to fix the turbo turret, but that's fine. But yeah, I think that's it. I think that is everything textured. We've got the main ship textured. We've got the turbo laser turret. We've got the missile pod and the gun pod. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Now we just need to throw it all together and have a wonderful day. So let's show me my material editor. And then show me this since we just made it. Here's our diffuse base color map, please. Our emissive. Our ambient occlusion, which is somewhere. Our glossiness, which we'll put into roughness, I think. Maybe it needs to go into metalness, we'll figure it out. Our normal map, which goes into our bump map. And then we're going to throw in Geez, 3DS is having a moment. Yeah, because that's... maybe we need to go from here to here instead. Still has an issue of being too metallic, too bright. I don't know why that is. I'll figure that out in a while. For now, though, might be the roughness value. Needs to increase. We'll see. The emission isn't showing up, which is interesting. It might be because I don't have any emissive light source. Maybe it just renders emission in the texture or in the render. I'm not sure. I'm gonna test that real quick. Do a quick scan line. Yeah, no emission there. I wonder what the deal is with the emission. It's emitting, or the emission says there should be an emission. No, that's for the whole thing. I don't know what the deal is. I'll have to figure it out. I'm not super familiar with 3ds Max rendering. I do really basic pleb renders. And it's something I'll have to figure out. I know people who know, so I can just ask them, and they'll get me all sorted. They'll help me out. No emission on this one, but there is these. Now I didn't render out textures that are or texture maps that are meant for 3ds, but that's fine. We're just playing around as it is right now. And then we're going to open up our primary ship. I'll say that's fine. And then we'll re-import it all back into Substance to take fancy-ass renders with. Because Substance has some pretty powerful rendering. I mean, 3DS does as well. I just don't know what I'm doing. I'll talk to him premium. He's pretty good. He's made some nice renders. Oops. He's online too. Takes a while to load the big fancy one. Those two cake textures and all that smart materials and everything. But this is good. We're nearly done. And it's gonna look oh so very fine. It's gonna look oh so very, very fine. It's still loading. So in the meantime, let's play for our rendering still. Yeah, so let's does the ART renderer work? Running a render while Substance is loading is probably not the greatest of ideas, but fuck it. Yeah, see, our emissive isn't working there either. Which is a why not. There's an emission color. Does that make a difference? We'll find out. I'm also not an expert in setting up 3DS materials. Still didn't work as far as I know. Curious. It's okay. Alright. Oh, looks so good. Love it. Oh. And then we get to go in and make some windows in Photoshop. Yeah. It'll be juiced. Now, goddamn. She's a little pixelated. That's a byproduct of something. Not a big deal. It won't show up that way, I don't think, in the rest of the game. Or in the rest of it, but we'll see. But, oh. Shit, does that look good. What the fuck is that? It's nothing. And so what we have, what we do. Damn, it just looks so good. It takes a while to figure this all out. that's really bright. What we need to do, I think. Oh yeah, roughness 1. Roughness value 1. Roughness value 1. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Roughness value 1. Roughness value 1. Why I still don't have emission is the question. Let's look at this core here. Interesting. Maybe it's the metalness setting. Oh, but it's looking mighty fine. As soon as I can figure out like how to make the emissives like work. There isn't a self-illumination option, though. Can I have... Are there nodes? No, not really. Do a quick little test render. We're gonna have to move towards wrapping stuff up in a little bit here, because it's getting to be about that time of the day where dinner needs to be crafted. Yeah, we're not emitting. Our material isn't emitting. Our little emission lights aren't working. Do I need... Is there something I can do here? Alpha source. Output. Like I can make... Can't increase the emission value. That doesn't do. Shit. Hmm. It's something I'll have to fool around with off stream, but for the most part, I think. But we're getting there. All we need to do is the windows, and then we're golden. Ugh. Okay, so if I go back into Substance Painter and I say File, New, and then I go into here and I say, let's take this. So here's the beauty of our pods. We can just attach and detach things as we want. Just make a copy of that. Very nice. Boop. Is that for real? It is for real. That's fine. And then we'll take this and we'll say, let's make an export. Why won't you auto-convert them? I'll be right back.
Hey guys.
Okay, we are back for a moment. It's an emissive. I need to add emissive to this. Add emissive. Yep. And add ambient occlusion as well. And so we're gonna also add in a glossiness as well. But not a height map, or a roughness map, or a metallic map. We're being quick and sloppy about this. There's probably a better way of doing this all. but I don't know. This doesn't quite look correct. A little too glossy. And what is the reason for this? Why are we glossy? That's the question. Otherwise, it's looking pretty decent. I just don't know what the deal is with the glossiness on the main hull. It shouldn't be. Arm progress 2. Wow, very fancy. Is that like a rubber band? There. Fancy gizmo, are you going to animate it so it does its thing? Or, oh, yeah, right. The thing you did in college. I want to see if I have the glossiness in the renderer as well. No, not so much. So then, onto this material. And this one is the cannon, which stupidly has 2 materials, because I'm a dingus. Actually, it's the program's fault. It's not my fault. I did the right thing, and the program didn't do it, but I accepted the program's failure as fact and reality instead of further investigating. It's not a big deal. It's just like dumb. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna call this Can I rename this? No. Can I rename? Can I put a suffix on all of these? Can I do like a mass rename? No? I wish I could just fucking drag and drop onto. Maybe I can. Maybe I'm just dumb. Maybe I can do this. No? Yeah, see that's a feature they need. Can I drag and drop it onto my thing? No. It's gotta go in the shelf, and then you gotta look it up. And you gotta go through the whole process. You did animate it. Very cool. Okay. So we'll throw in our... No, we have to rename this shit. We have to rename it. Ambient occlusion underscore dualt DTT B. Ambient occlusion underscore DTT underscore turret. shit ever. It was my own fault. It was my own fault. Can I mass import? Can I just be like, have it all? I can. Now can I mass? I can. It helps. It ain't, I mean, perfect, but it helps. Okay, so then we're gonna go DTT underscore T diffuse. Really, I've got to set this up too. All right, no roughness, no metallic, no height. We are getting a glossiness and an emissive and an ambient occlusion. That. Okay. What we need is we need emissive intensity increased. Why is my emissive not working? Oh, ambient occlusion and then emissive because I'm dingle dongle, that's why. Okay. And then this is going to be the same. It's going to get a glossing, it's going to get an emissive, it's going to get an ambient occlusion. And we're going to get no roughness, no metal, no height. Search here, and we're going to go B, and we're going to get our base color, we're going to get our normal map. Don't get an emissive map because dingus dongus. Alright, nice. This is core, alright. Get rid of that. Core, you're going to get ambient occlusion, you're going to get an emissive, and you're going to get a glossiness. A fill layer, and this fill layer cares nothing about roughness or height or metallic. And we're also going to get a diffuse. And then we're going to go into here, and we're going to go to Hall, and we're going to say U underscore core. Underscore core. Underscore core. Underscore core. Core. And then you are going to get underscore wings. And we want underscore core. What was this? Normal, emission, ambient occlusion, glossiness, diffuse. Nice. Moving on to this one. Emissive, glossiness, Ambient occlusion. Layers. Get rid of that. Add a fill layer. Get rid of roughness and metallic and height and go base color. And this is going to be wings. Oops, spelled correctly. Base color. That, and that. What happened to core? Core? Base color, not diffuse. Then I'm going to save as we still got to do the Windows custom. We'll get to that eventually. Get rid of this panorama nonsense. Show me something like this. I have a question. I answered my own question. I lied. I answered it again. Quality work being done here. I'm such an idiot. I'm such an idiot. Show me orthographic, please. Oh, much better. She's a beauty. She's a beauty. Let's play with our lighting. This is a nice angle. I like this. What kind of light looks good? Contrast. This is similar to the first one, although there's a little more light in the back. This will be more light in the back. This will be high contrast. Will be lower contrast. I don't know if I've ever tried this one. Okay, interesting. Soft Daylight Studio. But I can download all kinds of neat ones. Yeah, my eyes. Yeah, Studio 3 is kind of cool. It's got a little color to it, which is interesting. Although it's a little bit dark. Studio 5. Like, we want to be able to see in to the recesses a bit. This one It's chilly. Atomical Station is also very nice lighting. Minus, can I hide? Can I hide? The background? Substance painter hide environment. I can't hide the environment, but I can have a color. Okay. Sure. Ooh, yeah, that's looking so fine. Okay, well, I gotta get ready for the dinner stuff. Well, get ready. Start preparing it. So we're gonna look for somebody to raid on over to. Interesting. Solid. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think we turned out well. We could still, like keep going and probably forever making little tweaks and things, but I think we like what we have for a game asset for a mod. So I still need to do the windows in Photoshop and then re-import them in. As these are all just placeholder little emissive dots. But we'll make like fancy nice windows with colored variation and depth to them, and looks like there's stuff like in the ship as windows should convey. Although the windows on the ship are quite small because it's a pretty big ship, even though it's a frigate, because Star Wars naming conventions. But yeah, I think we turned out pretty good. I'm liking what we have. And we have the missile pods all done as well, which is nice. And we can just change those out at whim. I mean, we can change the turrets out as well if we want, put like ion cannons on there or something. But yeah, we're looking pretty solid. I don't know what the deal is here, but yeah, I think so. Let's go up to 30 seconds of rendering. But as I mentioned, we're going to wrap things up for the evening so I can make dinner. God, thinking's hard. Remembering things is hard. So we're gonna raid Amarath. Just kidding. We're gonna raid Splintered Brush Studios, their miniature painter. quite good. Awesome guy. Nice community. And miniature painting is something that I may very well eventually do on stream as well. I just need to tinker with the camera setups and all that, of course. But that might be fun, because I have a lot of miniatures to paint, and I might as well stream it. Why not? I think people enjoy that kind of stuff. So that, and eventually I'm going to make 3D model wargame terrain to be 3D printed, and that will kind of go with, that'll tie in the miniature painting with the 3D modeling, which will be nice. So we're going to prepare our raid, and if my thing will load. Very good. So thanks everybody who stopped by to hang out today, and if you're new here or just lurking around, I try to do 3D modeling and texturing and sometimes game design, and sometimes I yell at games every weekday between 12 and 1 PST, or starting between 12 and 1 PST. I'm trying to move my schedule a little bit back, or a little bit earlier and earlier every day, so I can have more time streaming, because it's about 5 p.m.-ish when I need to get off and go deal with making dinner, etc. But drop that follow if you're interested in 3D modeling spaceships, mostly Star Wars stuff, sometimes other things. Maybe we'll mix it up and do some Babylon 5 stuff after the next ship, which is also a Star Wars ship. And that'll Babylon 5 stuff will be really fun to texture. We'll do some Narn ships with their kind of like their tiger stripe-esque paint scheme. It'll be pretty cool and fun to paint in Substance Painter as well. I'm having a problem here with this texture should be like really crisp and like a detailed thing instead of a flat gray. Why is it doing that? I can see it should be, you can't see, but over here you can see at this really sharp angle that there should be a lot of detail in there, but there's just not. I wonder if there's too much AO dirt happening. I'm not sure. Something I'll have to look into. Again, as I said, we could just like tweak things forever on a ship that's going to be like this small on the screen, and people are going to maybe look at up close sometimes. It's the craft. So anyway, we'll prepare our raid, and hopefully we'll see you again tomorrow. Tomorrow brings, provided I don't need to do anything else to this, tomorrow will bring a brand new project. We'll be working on the Hutt, like battleship or whatever. It's the next big Hutt ship. We've done the first 3. The first 4 are done, and this will be the 5th and final Hutt ship that we do. Again, for the same Remake mod project. And, yeah. So that's tomorrow's project. That might be a multi-day project. It's a pretty big ship. It's much, much bigger than this. It's a big, long thing. And we'll probably do it in 3 2K textures. This was a 2 2K textures, if you don't count the turbo laser turrets and the weapon pods in with that. Less textures overall, but 3 for the main ship. And that might not be enough. We'll see how it goes. We might have to do some texturing bullshittery to maximize our texture resolution with those 3 textures. So we'll see. Maybe we'll use some tiling stuff in there. I don't know. But yeah, anyway. So we'll head on over to the Splintered Brush guys. They're awesome, and have a good rest of your day. Hopefully everyone's got awesome dinners and or maybe even breakfasts at this time in other parts of the world on the other side. I don't know what time it is in like Eurasia, but yeah, So have a good rest of your day, and hopefully we'll see you in the future.
Everybody's allowed